Under the buzzing fluorescent lights, I sat in the lobby of the Nordstrom Institute for Advanced Research, nervously waiting for my interview. I had arrived 20 minutes early for my 2:00 p.m. appointment, a habit from my nursing school days that I couldn't shake. The receptionist, a disinterested man in his 40s, barely glanced at me when I signed in. I smoothed my skirt for what felt like the 10th time and mentally rehearsed my prepared answers. This job wasn't what I'd envisioned for myself, but at $30 an hour for night reception work, I couldn't afford to be choosy not with my mom's medical bills stacking up faster than I could manage. The sharp voice interrupted my thoughts. "Miss Joe." I looked up to see a tall man in a pristine suit, his posture rigid, as if he'd never learned to relax. "Mr. Maroro?" I stood, extending my hand. "Yes, follow me, please," he replied, turning without shaking my hand and leading me down a hallway labeled Administrative Offices. His office was as impeccable as his appearance sano, a single paper out of place, not a speck of dust anywhere. He gestured to the chair across from his desk, and I sat, placing my folder of references on my lap. "Your application was adequate," he said, folding his hands on the desk. When he smiled, I nearly recoiled. His teeth were unnaturally large, almost too many for his mouth. Previous experience in healthcare, excellent attention to detail, no criminal record. I nodded, but before I could respond, he continued, "The night receptionist position requires discretion and strict adherence to protocol. We conduct sensitive research, hear government contracts, proprietary technology." He paused, staring at me without blinking. "The position pays $30 per hour, 10-hour shifts, 4 nights per week, midnight to 10:00 a.m. I tried to hide how desperately I needed this job. At $30 an hour, I could cover the gap in Mom's insurance and maybe even start chipping away at my student loans from the nursing program I'd had to abandon when she fell ill. "That sounds perfect," I said, forcing a smile. "Perfect is not what we require, Miss Joe," he replied. "Perfect is unrealistic. We require competent. We require obedient." He pulled a thick binder and a slim folder from a drawer. "This is the employment contract," he said, sliding the folder toward me. "And this is the procedural handbook for night reception staff." I opened the handbook as he outlined the basic duties: manning the phones, monitoring security feeds, and logging unusual activity. The first few pages seemed standard, but then I reached a section titled Mandatory Protocols. The rules were bizarre. Do not accept deliveries after 11 p.m. If you receive a call from someone claiming to be your grandmother, hang up immediately. Never look directly at the security cameras. Do not open the front doors for anyone between midnight and 6:00 a.m., regardless of identification. If the lights flicker more than 3 times in succession, move to the basement storage room and lock the door. I looked up. "Is this a joke?" Mr. Moreau's expression didn't change. "The Nordstrom Institute's work is highly classified. These protocols exist for your safety and the integrity of our research." "But my grandmother?" I asked. "All night staff receive personalized instructions based on their particular vulnerabilities," he replied, his mouth stretching into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Now, would you like a tour of your workspace?" The reception area was a stark contrast to the chaotic nurses' stations I'd known during clinicals. A sleek desk with 3 monitors faced glass front doors, with a bank of security screens to the right showing various hallways and rooms. A phone system with multiple lines sat beside a computer. Mr. Mararo pointed to a red button beneath the desk. "This connects directly to local emergency services." Then he indicated a blue button. "This one alerts me personally. Use the red only for fire, severe injury, or police emergencies. Use the blue for protocol violation." He showed me the key to the basement storage room, pointed out camera blind spots for restroom break privacy, and explained the phone forwarding system for after-hours calls. Any questions, Miss Joe? I had many, but I asked, why can't I look at the security cameras? Some of our research involves light wavelengths that can cause neurological damage when viewed through digital mediums, he replied smoothly. The cameras are fine, but human eyes should not view them directly peripheral vision only. It didn't make sense, but neither did turning down $30 an hour. When can I start? I asked. Tonight, if you're available, sign here. I signed. That night in the apartment I shared with Mom, I read the entire rule book. Some rules contradicted basic safety protocols from nursing school. Do not call for backup if you hear knocking from the supply closet. If the phone rings exactly 13 times, do not answer, but place a circle of salt around your chair. Mom coughed in her sleep from the next room, and I closed the binder. The Nordstrom Institute was clearly eccentric, perhaps run by paranoid government contractor types, but the money was real. Still, as I set my alarm for 11 p.m., I couldn't shake the feeling I'd agreed to something far stranger than a reception job. Mr. Mororo's large teeth, his unblinking stare, and the nonsensical rules lingered in my mind. But with Mom's treatment costs looming, I had no choice. I hoped the rules were just a weird hazing ritual or corporate quirk, but the memory of those teeth kept circling in my head. My first few nights at the Nordstrom Institute were uneventful, exactly what 30 an hour should buy boring. The silence was broken only by occasional footsteps from late-working scientists and the tick of the analog clock above my desk. The handbook had painted the night shift as a horror movie setup, but it was just mundane data entry and glancing at security monitors from my peripheral vision. By my third night, I'd brought a novel after finishing my tasks by 2:00 a.m. Easiest money I've ever made, I muttered, settling into my chair for night 4. The scientists rarely acknowledged me beyond a nod as they left, and I'd grown used to the hollow echo of my footsteps during hourly lobby checks. Nothing ever happened after midnight. By 1:00 a.m. on my 4th night, I'd completed my routine security log, bathroom break, and monitor check. The building hummed with the steady drone of the ventilation system. I pulled out my book for another quiet night. At exactly 1:17 a.m., the phone rang, startling me so much I nearly dropped my novel. I hadn't received a single call in my previous shifts. The caller ID read, "Unknown." I picked up the receiver, reciting the script. "Nordstrom Institute Night Reception. This is Emily Joe speaking. How may I assist you?" Silence stretched for 3 seconds. Then a voice said, "Shia, is that you?" I froze. No one called me that except my grandmother, Nini. "Nee," I whispered, forgetting protocol. A soft chuckle came through. "Of course it's me. Who else calls you Xiaomei?" It was her voice, unmistakably her, with a slight accent, warmth, and emphasis on the second syllable of my nickname. "This isn't possible," I said, hands shaking. "You're not real. You died." My grandmother had passed 5 years ago from a stroke, but this was her voice. "Such nonsense," she replied, scolding me like she used to. "Have you been eating properly? You sound tired." A coldness spread through me as I recalled the handbook rule. If you receive a call from someone claiming to be your grandmother, hang up immediately. But how could they know it would be my grandmother? And how could this mimic her so perfectly? "I miss you," I said, unable to stop myself. "But you're gone. You died. Dead. Who told you such a terrible thing?" she said. "I've been away, very far away, but I'm trying to come back to you. I need your help, Xiaomei." My training screamed to hang up, but 5 years of grief kept my hand on the receiver. "Your mother's jade pendant," the voice continued. "The one you wear, I gave it to you on your 16th birthday. You dropped it in the kitchen and chipped the corner. You cried, but I told you it was good luck because perfect things attract jealousy from spirits." My hand flew to my neck, where the pendant hung beneath my blouse, the chip exactly as she described. No one else knew that story. "What do you want?" I asked, voice barely audible. "I left something for you in the basement supply room, a package. It will help me find my way back to you." The basement supply room, the same one I was supposed to go to if the lights flickered. "I can't," I said, suspicion wrestling with compliance. "I'm not allowed to leave the desk." "Since when do you follow rules so strictly?" The voice laughed, with Nini's signature snort that always made me smile. "You were such a rebellious child. Remember when you cut your own bangs before New Year photos? Your mother was so angry. But I thought you looked cute. Another private memory. How was this possible?" "The package, Xiaomei, please. I've been trying to reach you for so long." "Fifth shelf on the left, behind the paper towels." I glanced at the security monitors. The hallways were empty. No one would know if I went quickly. Then the rule clicked in my mind. If you receive a call from someone claiming to be your grandmother, hang up immediately. "I have to go now," I said. "Wait, Xiaomei, please." The voice grew urgent, but I hung up, trembling. I sat motionless for 20 minutes, staring into space. The voice had been perfected every inflection, every endearment, every memory. The rest of the night crawled by. I jumped at every noise, repeatedly checking the basement door. At 10:00 a.m., I rushed to Mr. Mororo's office. He was reviewing documents with mechanical precision, not looking up as I knocked. "Mr. Mororo, I need to report an incident from last night," I said. "What sort of incident?" he asked, pausing mid-page. "I received a phone call at 1:17 a.m. from someone claiming to be my grandmother." He set down his papers. "And what did you do?" "I spoke to her longer than I should have. She knew things only my grandmother would know. But I remembered the rule and hung up eventually." "Did this caller ask you to do anything?" His voice stayed measured, but his fingers tightened on the desk. "Yes. She wanted me to check the basement supply room for a package she left." "Mr." Moraro stood abruptly. "Did you go?" "No, I stayed at my desk." His shoulders relaxed slightly. "Good. That's good, Miss Joe." He closed his office door and gestured for me to sit. "The rules in your handbook are not arbitrary, Miss Joe. They exist for your protection." "Protection from what?" I asked. "How did something know about my grandmother? About private memories we shared?" He adjusted his tie. "The Nordstrom Institute researches phenomena beyond conventional scientific understanding. Our work occasionally attracts attention from entities that do not belong in our reality." "Entities," I repeated, my stomach turning. "What kind?" "The kind that learn quickly and adapt to access points of emotional vulnerability," he said, leaning forward. "Tell me, if you had gone to that supply room last night, what do you think you would have found?" I shook my head. "I don't know. Nothing, probably. Or something wearing the appearance of your grandmother, perhaps," he said, his mouth twitching in what might have been sympathy. "These entities seek entry points. They study us, learn our weaknesses. That's why the rules exist." "So the handbook rules, they're based on previous incidents, things that have happened to other night receptionists?" "Yes. Each rule corresponds to a documented encounter," he confirmed, straightening a pen on his desk. "Miss Joe, breaking protocol puts not only yourself at risk, but potentially everyone in this facility." I thought of the voice so perfect, yet urging me to break the rules. "I understand. I hope you do. For now, we will increase security measures during your shifts," he said, standing to end the conversation. "And Miss Joe, if anything else unusual occurs, any sound, any call, any visual anomaly, reported immediately using the blue button." That night, arriving for my 5th shift, I noticed the changes immediately. New security cameras had been installed. Their black lenses pointed directly at my desk, not at the entrances or hallways, but at me. I sat at my station, feeling the weight of unseen eyes. The new cameras making me feel less safe, not more. As I logged into the system, I couldn't shake the memory of my grandmother's voice, so real, so alive. Whatever Mr. Mororo said about the research here, nothing explained how something could replicate her so perfectly, down to memories only we shared. I glanced at the cameras watching me, wondering what I was being protected from or what I was being watched for. At 2:30 a.m. on my fifth night, rain pattered against the glass entrance doors, distorting the view of the empty parking lot. I adjusted my position, trying to ignore the cameras. My routine checks were done an hour ago, and the building had settled into a deep silence, filled only with the soft hum of the ventilation system and occasional pings of metal in the walls. The handbook lay open on my desk, illuminated by my computer monitors. A sharp knock shattered the quiet, startling me so much I knocked over my water bottle. I scrambled to right it before it spilled, then looked toward the sound. A woman stood outside the glass doors, wearing a lab coat over business attire, her blonde hair darkened by rain and plastered to her head, water dripping from her sleeves as she knocked again more insistently. Panic surged as I recalled the rule. Do not open the front doors for anyone between midnight and 6:00 a.m., regardless of identification. The woman pressed her face closer to the glass, cupping her hands around her eyes to see through the glare. When she spotted me, relief washed over her face, and she waved frantically. I stood but kept my distance. She pulled an ID badge from her pocket, holding it against the glass. From where I stood, the photo matched her face, though the rain-blurred plastic obscured details. The name read Dr. Suzanne Langa, senior researcher in biological systems I recognized from the employee directory. She knocked again, mouthing words I couldn't hear, pointing to the lock and mimicking a key turning she was locked out. I approached the intercom panel. Protocol didn't forbid communication, only opening the doors. I'm sorry, but I can't let anyone in between midnight and 6:00 a.m., I said through the speaker. Those are the rules. Confusion, then frustration, crossed Dr. Lang's face. She pressed the exterior intercom button. Emily, right? I'm Dr. Lang. I just stepped out to get something from my car and the door locked behind me, she said, her voice crackling. My keycard must have demagnetized in the rain. Please, I'm soaked. She looked miserable, water dripping from her chin, her lab coat offering little protection. I really can't, I replied. Mr. Mororo was very specific about not opening the doors during night hours. This is ridiculous, she said, running a hand through her wet hair. I've been working here for 5 years. Call Mororo if you have to, but I need to get back to Lab 3. I'm in the middle of time-sensitive cultures that can't wait until morning. Her explanation made sense. Why would a senior researcher leave at night unless it was urgent? If she was just grabbing something from her car, she wouldn't have taken her keys. But the rule was absolute, and after the phone call 2 nights ago mimicking my grandmother, I wasn't taking chances. I'll call Mr. Mororo for you, I offered, reaching for the phone. Dr. Lang pressed her palms against the glass, desperation in her eyes. There's no time. My cultures will be ruined if I don't get back in the next 10 minutes. Emily, please use your common sense. Anger flashed across her face as I hesitated. Are you seriously going to let months of research be destroyed because of some stupid rule? Water pooled around her feet, and a lightning flash illuminated the parking lot. For a moment, I thought her shadow looked too tall, too angular, but the impression vanished quickly. I'm calling Mr. Mororo, I repeated, picking up the receiver, my finger hovering over the blue button for protocol violations. Lang's expression shifted, the anger drained, replaced by an eerie calm. She straightened, no longer shivering or showing discomfort from the rain. You should let me in, Emily Jo, she said, her voice unnervingly steady through the intercom. It would be better for everyone if you just opened the door now. My skin crawled. How did she know my last name? I hadn't introduced myself fully. As I watched, Her pupils dilated until they filled her eyes completely, turning black like empty space. I pressed the blue button. The phone rang once before Mr. Mororo answered, his voice crisp despite the hour. "What protocol violation are you reporting?" "There's someone outside," I whispered, unable to look away from the thing staring through the glass. "She says she's Dr. Lang, but her eyes, something's wrong with her eyes. Do not open the doors. Go to the basement storage room immediately. Lock yourself inside. I'm on my way," he said. The line went dead. The thing resembling Dr. Lang stood motionless, its black eyes fixed on me, water streaming down its face without it blinking or showing any bother. I backed away from the desk, keeping my eyes on it as I headed for the hallway to the basement stairs. My security badge shook in my hand as I swiped it at the stairwell door. The stairwell lights flickered as I descended, each step taking me further from the reception area. I tried not to think of the rule about flickering lights 3 times in a row meant to retreat to the basement, but these blinks seemed random, likely the storm affecting the old building. The basement hallway was dark, lit only by dim emergency bulbs. The storage room door at the end was a heavy metal slab with a deadbolt. My shaky hands struggled with the key Mr. Mororo had given me, but I finally got it into the lock. Inside, the room was pitch black until I found the light switch, illuminating shelves of office supplies, cleaning materials, and file boxes under one bulb. The space smelled of dust and chemicals. I closed the door, turned the deadbolt, and let myself breathe. With no windows or other entrances, the metal door offered the best protection if the thing upstairs couldn't break through. My phone had no signal in the basement, as Mr. Mororo had warned. I was cut off until he arrived. Time dragged in silence as I sat on stacked copy paper boxes, trying to process what I'd seen. The woman had looked exactly like Dr. Lang, down to the scar on her chin from the directory photo. How was that possible? And those black eyes no human had eyes like that. A soft scratching broke the silence, like something dragging against the metal door. "Emily Jo," a voice called softly. "Emily, are you in there?" It wasn't Mr. Mororo or Dr. Lang. It was my grandmother's voice. "Shia, why are you hiding? Let me in. I've missed you so much." The flawless imitation of Nini's voice sent a pang through my chest. Every inflection, every subtle accent on certain syllables was impeccable. "You're not my grandmother," I said, my voice steadier than I expected despite my racing heart. "My grandmother is dead." "I found a way back to you," the voice persisted, its tone pleading. "But you have to open the door. Please, Xiaomei. I'm so cold out here." The scratching grew more intense, like nails scraping against the metal door, then stopped abruptly. "You're making a mistake," the voice said, shedding all warmth, its tone now cold and menacing. Something heavy slammed against the door, making me jump. "Open the door," it demanded. The impact repeated, the door rattling in its frame. I stumbled back, hitting the shelving units and knocking a box of paper clips to the floor. The pounding continued relentlessly, feeling like hours but likely only minutes. Between the strikes, whispers and various voices filled the air, sometimes Nini's, sometimes Dr. Lang's, sometimes voices I didn't recognize. Then, as suddenly as it began, the noises ceased. I stood frozen in the silent room, straining to hear anything from the hallway. Nothing. The silence was so absolute that I began to question if I'd imagined it all, if stress and lack of sleep were playing tricks on me. Then, deliberate footsteps echoed from the corridor, followed by the sound of a key turning in the lock. I grabbed a heavy stapler from a nearby shelf, the only makeshift weapon available. The door swung open, revealing Mr. Mororo. His suit was as pristine as ever, showing no signs of a rushed midnight trip, though a faint redness in his usually pale face hinted at his hurry. "Ms. Jo," he said, his eyes scanning the room. "Are you injured?" I lowered the stapler. "No, I'm fine. What was that thing? Is it gone? He nodded once. That thing's taken care of. We're safe now. Entity, I murmured, the word feeling inadequate for what I'd witnessed. It looked exactly like Dr. Lang. Not exactly, Mr. Moraro replied, adjusting his cuffs. If you had looked more closely, you would have noticed discrepancies. These entities can mimic human appearance, but lack certain subtleties. Its eyes turned completely black, I said. Yes, that happens when they can no longer maintain the facade. Your refusal to allow entry, despite its attempts at manipulation, triggered that response. I stepped out of the storage room, eager to escape the confined space. The basement corridor was empty, showing no trace of what had been scratching at my door moments ago. What about the voices? I asked as we headed toward the stairs. It spoke with my grandmother's voice, the same as the phone call the other night. Mr. Moraro paused at the base of the stairs. These entities access your memories and emotions, using the voices of those you know to trick you into breaking the rules. But how do they know? I pressed. That is precisely what our research at the Institute aims to understand, he said, cutting me off. The specific mechanisms by which these intrusions occur. As we ascended the stairs, a thought struck me. Dr. Lang, real Dr. Lang, is she okay? Dr. Lang is currently at a conference in Geneva, Mr. Moraro replied, his face expressionless. She's been there for the past week. The entity chose her identity because she has clearance to access all areas of the facility. We reached the reception area. The rain had stopped, and through the entrance doors, the parking lot was empty, no sign of the entity that had stood there earlier. You performed admirably tonight, Ms. Joe, Mr. Moraro said, stopping at my desk. Few night receptionists have demonstrated such adherence to protocol during their first encounter. The casual implication that these encounters were expected made my skin crawl. First encounter? You mean this will happen again? The protocols exist for a reason, he replied, neither confirming nor denying. Continue to follow them, and you will remain safe. He reached into his jacket pocket and withdrew an envelope. For tonight's inconvenience. A bonus as specified in your contract. I took the envelope automatically. Inside was a check for $500. The remainder of your shift has been canceled, he continued. You may go home. Return tomorrow night at the usual time. As he turned to leave, I found my voice. Mr. Moraro, what exactly does the Nordstrom Institute research? He paused, his back to me. Reality, Miss Joe. The place is where it thins. Without another word, he walked away, his steps fading in the empty lobby. I gathered my things with trembling hands, the check feeling heavy in my pocket payment for surviving something I still didn't understand. On my way out, I paused at the entrance doors, staring at the spot where the entity had stood. A small puddle of water on the exterior landing was the only evidence anything had been there. 2 nights passed since my encounter with the thing that had mimicked Dr. Lang. I tried convincing myself it was a stress-induced hallucination, a result of late hours, poor sleep, and an overactive imagination. But the $500 check Mr. Moraro had given me, now deposited to help cover Mom's treatments, was very real. I pulled into the Institute's parking lot just before midnight, gripping my travel mug of coffee tightly. The building loomed before me, its windows dark, except for the soft glow of the lobby where I'd spend the next 10 hours. Stepping inside, I immediately noticed changes. A small red button had been installed under my desk for easy access, and a note in Mr. Moraro's precise handwriting sat beside my keyboard. Emergency panic button. Press for immediate response. New protocol addendums in Handbook Section 7. I retrieved the handbook from the drawer, finding several new pages clipped inside. The first page announced a salary increase to $40 per hour, effective immediately. The rest detailed new procedures, including how to handle temporal duplications within the facility. If I encountered what appeared to be personnel in unscheduled locations, I was not to approach or engage. but to press the emergency button and retreat to the nearest supply closet until assistance arrived. The term temporal duplications sounded clinical, but the instruction to hide told me this was far from routine. The first half of my shift passed uneventfully. I completed my hourly walkthroughs, recorded temperature readings as required, and even read a few chapters of my novel during the quiet stretches. At 3:12 a.m., a flicker of movement on camera 4 caught my eye. The reception area, my area. I glanced up, confirming I was alone. The front doors were closed, chairs empty, potted plants still. Yet the monitor showed me sitting at my desk. The handbook rule flashed in my mind: never look directly at the security cameras, but I was already staring, unable to look away. The Emily on the screen wasn't mirroring my actions. While I sat frozen in horror, she moved jerkily, her head tilting at an unnatural angle. She shuffled papers, picked up the phone without dialing, then set it down. Standing slowly, mechanically, as if unfamiliar with human movement, she turned toward the camera and smiled a smile too wide, revealing too many teeth in an inhuman arrangement. Her bulging, unblinking eyes locked onto the camera, onto me. Still smiling, my doppelganger walked to the front doors, pushed them open without a keycard, and stepped into the night. The monitor showed the empty desk for a minute before cycling to other areas. The phone rang, cutting through the silence. I jumped, banging my knee on the desk. The caller ID displayed Mororo O. "Hello," I answered, my voice sounding foreign. "Miss Joe, Mr. Mororo's voice was tense. "Why have you left your post?" "I didn't. I'm at my desk right now." A pause. "Our security system indicates the front doors were opened from the inside 3 minutes ago. Motion sensors show movement heading toward the parking lot." My mouth went dry. "Mr. Mororo, I've been sitting here the whole time, but I saw myself on camera 4. It looked like me, but it wasn't. It left through the front doors." A longer pause. "You looked directly at camera 4, he said, focusing on that detail. "Yes, I saw movement, and we have an emergency signal from Lab 7B, he interrupted. "Dr. Knox has triggered his panic button. Go check on him immediately." "But the thing that looked like me, it is no longer in the building. Dr. Knox may be in danger. Go now, Miss Joe. Use the stairwell at the end of the east corridor." The line went dead. I hesitated briefly before grabbing my keycard and hurrying down the east corridor. Whatever had left the building wearing my face was gone, but Dr. Knox needed help. The stairwell led to an unfamiliar floor, stark with exposed pipes and bare concrete lab designations stenciled on the walls. Lab 7B's door at the end of the hall was ajar, a red emergency light blinking above. "Dr. Knox," I called, pushing the door open. "It's Emily Joe from reception. Mr. Mororo sent me to check on you." The lab was a maze of unfamiliar equipment-hall machines with blinking lights, tables cluttered with papers, tablets, and screens displaying incomprehensible data. The air smelled of ozone and something metallic. A shuffling sound came from behind a server rack. I approached cautiously and found a man in a lab coat, pressed against the wall, glasses askew, face pale with terror, blood staining his coat. "You're hurt," I said, stepping toward him. "Let me help." "Stay back," he screamed, pressing himself harder against the wall as if trying to phase through it. "You're not real. You can't be real. I watched you die." I stopped, raising my hands. "Dr. Knox, I'm Emily, from reception. Mr. Mororo asked me to check on you. You hit your panic button." He shook his head violently. No, you walked in here 20 minutes ago. You spoke to me, then your face." He clutched his own face, smearing blood across his cheek. "And then you were just gone. But the door never opened. You never left." Blood trickled from his nose, joining the stains on his coat. "Dr. Knox, You need medical help. You're bleeding. He blinked rapidly, confusion replacing fear, touching the blood on his face with surprise. I feel strange, he slurred. Before I could reach him, he slid down the wall, blood seeping from his ears. I rushed to him, finding a weak, irregular pulse. I had left my phone at my desk, and the lab had no visible phone. I slammed the emergency button on the wall, triggering a wailing alarm. I returned to Dr. Knox, recalling my nursing school training. I loosened his collar, checked his airway, and put him in the recovery position. But the blood continued flowing from his nose and ears, his breathing growing more labored. "Hold on," I urged, unsure if he could hear. "Help is coming." His eyes fluttered open with sudden clarity. "It's in the walls," he whispered before going limp. Mr. Maroro and two unfamiliar security guards burst into the lab minutes later, pulling me away as a medical team appeared. "What happened here?" Mr. Maroro demanded, his usually impassive face showing anger or perhaps fear. "I don't know. I found him like this. He was terrified of me. Said he'd seen me before, thought I wasn't real," I explained, words tumbling out. "He was bleeding, then he collapsed." "Did you touch any equipment in this lab?" Mr. Maroro asked. "No," I went straight to Dr. Knox. A medical team member approached, his expression grim. "He's gone, sir. Cerebral hemorrhage, massive and sudden." Mr. Maroro's jaw tightened. "Secure the lab. Full containment protocol." He gripped my arm, steering me toward the door. "Miss Joe, come with me." In a small security office near the lobby, Mr. Maroro sat me in front of screens showing Lab 7B footage, rewinding to an hour earlier. Dr. Knox worked alone, taking notes, speaking into a recorder, nothing unusual. At 2 a.m., he looked toward the door, his expression shifting to surprise. Then, welcome, speaking to someone off camera. "Who is he talking to?" I asked. "I don't see anyone," Mr. Maroro fast-forwarded. Dr. Knox suddenly backed away, terrified, reaching for the panic button but clutching his head instead, stumbling and collapsing. At 3:15 a.m., I entered the real me. "There's no one else," I whispered. "No one entered before me." "No," Mr. Maroro agreed. "Security logs confirm no one accessed Lab 7B between Dr. Knox's arrival at midnight and your entry at 3:15 a.m. "That's impossible," I said. "He was talking to someone. He was terrified of someone." "Of you," Mr. Maroro replied. His last words indicated he believed he was seeing you. A chill ran through me, but I wasn't there. I was at my desk until you called. He replayed the footage of the front doors opening at 3:12 a.m., seemingly on their own. "Something left the building wearing your appearance, Miss Joe, and something visited Dr. Knox wearing your appearance. Yet, you were allegedly at your desk the entire time." We stared at each other, both too unsettled to speak. "You think I'm lying?" I asked, anger cutting through my fear. "Check the reception desk camera." "I did," he said. "It shows you at your desk, looking directly at camera 4 despite instructions, then becoming agitated. It does not show you leaving." "Because I didn't leave. I saw something that looked like me leave on the monitor." Mr. Maroro closed the video files and faced me. "In the 3 years of the Nordstrom Institute's operation, we have documented 17 instances of temporal duplications. In 15 cases, the staff member had no memory of being in 2 places at once. In the remaining 2, he trailed off." "What happened in the remaining 2? I demanded. "The staff members were not who they appeared to be." His cold, assessing eyes never left my face. "Tell me, do you feel different since you arrived tonight? Any gaps in your memory? Any moments of discontinuity?" "No, but a seed of doubt took root. Could I trust my own perception after what I'd seen?" "You'll undergo a full biometric scan before leaving today," he said. "Until then, You'll remain under observation. Am I a prisoner now? You're a potential security breach, Miss Joe, but also our best witness to whatever killed Dr. Knox. You will finish your shift under guard, and we will review all footage again in the morning. He left me in the security office with a stone-faced guard by the door. One thought consumed me. The thing on the monitor had my face, my clothes, my body, but it wasn't me. 3 hours passed before Mr. Moraro returned. You're dismissed for the night, Miss Joe, he said, his face emotionless. We'll contact you regarding your next shift. That's it? I stood, limbs stiff. A man died, and you're just sending me home? Dr. Knox's death requires a thorough investigation. The Institute will temporarily suspend operations. He held the door open, expecting me to leave. The guard escorted me to my car. As I drove home through the pre-dawn darkness, my hands trembled on the steering wheel. Something wearing my face had walked out of the building. Something wearing my face had visited Dr. Knox before he died. And now, a man was dead. Mom was asleep when I got home. I left a note saying I'd taken extra shifts and needed to sleep, then locked my bedroom door, drew the blinds and lay awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering if I'd ever feel normal again. 2 days later, a text from an unknown number arrived. Nordstrom Institute closed for internal review until further notice. Full compensation for scheduled shifts will be provided. For 5 days, I tried returning to normal life, spending time with Mom, taking her to a doctor's appointment, and catching up on chores. But my mind kept returning to the Institute, to Dr. Knox's blood-streaked face, to his final words, "It's in the walls." On the 6th day, another text came. Operations resume tomorrow night. Regular schedule. Increased compensation package, pending discussion. That evening, I stood before my bathroom mirror, studying my reflection. Was I really me, or something else wearing my face? The thought made me nauseous. "You okay, Em?" Mom called from the living room. "You've been in there 20 minutes. "I'm fine," I replied automatically. "Just tired." Arriving at the Institute the next evening, the changes were immediate. 2 armed security guards flanked the entrance, scrutinizing my ID more thoroughly than the daytime receptionist ever had. Inside, more guards patrolled, their holstered weapons visible. Mr. Moraro waited at my desk, a new handbook placed precisely in the center. "Miss Joe," he greeted, his posture rigid. "Before we discuss your continued employment, I need to verify your identity." He produced a small device resembling a thermometer. "Open your mouth, please." "What is that?" I asked, stepping back. "A molecular resonance scanner. It will confirm you are who you appear to be." I hesitated, then complied. The device beeped after a few seconds. "Satisfactory," he said, tucking it away. "Now, about your position," he continued. "The events of last week were unfortunate, but not unexpected. The Nordstrom Institute's work presents unique hazards. A man died," I said flatly. "Yes. Dr. Knox was a valued colleague whose loss affects us deeply," he replied, his tone suggesting otherwise. "However, our research must continue. We've implemented additional security measures, as you've noticed." He gestured to the new handbook. "Your protocols have been updated. Please review them thoroughly before midnight. And if I decide not to come back," he adjusted his cuffs, a sign of discomfort I'd come to recognize. "That would be unfortunate. Your performance has been exemplary, particularly your adherence to protocol during crisis situations. Few candidates possess such compatibility with our requirements." The word compatibility sent a chill through me. "We're prepared to increase your compensation to $50 per hour with a 5-0 completion bonus if you finish your 1-month contract." The amount made me pause. $50 an hour plus a bonus would cover Mom's treatments for 6 months. Financial breathing room, I couldn't ignore. "Fine," I said. "I'll stay." "Excellent," Mr. Marraro replied, checking his watch. "I'll personally inspect the facility before departing. The security team will remain on site until 11:30 p.m. After he left, I opened the new handbook. The original rules remained, but new protocols were added on colored paper. Instructions for if infant crying was heard between midnight and 5:00 a.m. Create a salt circle around my workspace and stay within it until dawn or authorized personnel arrived, without investigating the sound. Procedures for if the bathroom water ran backward, if clocks showed different times, or if the phone rang with my own number as the caller ID. The security team left, and Mr. Marraro returned from his inspection. "All clear. The facility is secure. Remember your protocols," he said before departing. The lobby fell silent. I tried focusing on my duties, pushing away memories of Dr. Knox and the doppelganger. At midnight, the phone rang once and stopped, the caller ID blank. As I settled back, a distant sound emerged, an infant's high-pitched wail coming from the east wing. My instinct was to investigate what was a baby doing in a research facility at midnight, but the handbook's warning stopped me. I grabbed the salt container from my drawer, pouring a circle around my desk and chair, ensuring the line was unbroken. The crying grew louder, more insistent, now seeming to come from multiple directions: the east wing, the stairwell, the hallway to the bathrooms. It was impossible, unless multiple babies were present, or the sound source could project its voice. Dr. Knox's words echoed. "It's in the walls." I shivered, double-checking the salt circle. For 20 minutes, the crying persisted, rising and falling. Then it stopped, leaving a threatening silence. A soft scratching drew my attention to the ceiling vent above the water cooler. The metal grate shifted, then fell with a clatter. A small, pale hand with too many joints emerged, followed by another, then a head resembling a human infant's but grotesquely wrong translucent skin. Visible blue veins, oversized black eyes, no whites. Thin, membranous wings unfurled as it dropped to the floor with unnatural grace, opening its mouth to reveal rows of needle-like teeth. Its cry was a perfect imitation of a baby's, designed to evoke protective instincts. I pressed back against my chair as the creature scuttled forward on all fours, moving like an insect. It stopped at the salt circle's edge, cocking its head as if confused by the invisible barrier. It reached toward the line, recoiling as if burned, emitting a high, keening wail that made the windows vibrate no longer a baby's cry, but something otherworldly. More scratching came from other vents. 2 identical creatures emerged, their wings catching the light as they dropped down. I sat frozen, barely breathing, as they circled the salt boundary, testing it and recoiling. One found a gap where I'd scuffed the salt with my shoe, pushing a finger through. Its black eyes locked on me with terrifying intelligence. I poured more salt to repair the line, and the creature hissed, withdrawing. For the next 7 hours, I remained still within the circle as the creatures prowled, trying everything, crying in human voices, mimicking my mother's call, even speaking my name in a child's voice. "Emily. Help me, Emily." I covered my ears but kept watching, ensuring the salt line held. My legs cramped, my mouth dried, but I didn't move, not even for my water bottle just outside the circle. As dawn approached, the creatures grew frantic, clawing at the floor and chairs. Sunlight streamed through the windows, and their translucent skin began to smoke where it touched them, eliciting shrieks. The lobby doors opened, and Mr. Marraro entered, holding a modified flashlight. He aimed it at the nearest creature, emitting a bright white beam that made it convulse and collapse into itself, vanishing with a pop. He dispatched the other 2 just as quickly, then checked his device in the lobby before approaching my circle. You may step out now, Miss Joe. The entities have been neutralized. My legs nearly buckled as I stood. What were those things? The same entity that visited Dr. Knox, though it can take multiple forms simultaneously. Mr. Mororo replied, pocketing his device. We've been tracking it for some time. Entity. It looked like there were three. A single consciousness with multiple projections. The infant form is one of its preferred manifestations. He gestured to a chair. Please sit. You must be exhausted. I stayed standing. I want answers, real ones, this time. He studied me for a long moment. Very well. The Nordstrom Institute was established to research quantum reality, specifically the boundaries between dimensions. Theoretical? No longer theoretical, he said, straightening his tie. Our experiments created small breaches between our reality and others. Most closed naturally, but some remained, allowing entities to slip through. Like the things that just tried to kill me. Like whatever killed Dr. Knox. Precisely. Dr. Knox encountered the same entity in Lab 7B. He didn't follow protocol, approached it, and allowed it close enough to affect his neurological functions. I recalled the footage Dr. Knox speaking to someone invisible. It made him see things. It projected images into his mind, causing a fatal hemorrhage. The entity feeds on neural activity, consuming consciousness itself. And you didn't think to mention this when you hired me? Would you have accepted the position if I had? No. Then you understand our recruitment dilemma, he said, producing an envelope. Your new contract, reflecting the increased compensation, 50 per hour with a 5-0 bonus upon completing the month. I stared at him. After what happened, you think I want to stay? I think you need the money for your mother's treatments, and I know we need someone with your resilience, he replied, placing the envelope on the desk. The entity was attracted to you specifically, Miss Joe. Your presence acted as a lure, keeping it contained in the lobby rather than roaming the facility. That makes you valuable to our containment efforts. You're using me as bait, I said, feeling ill. I prefer to think of it as utilizing your natural compatibility with our research requirements, he said, gesturing to the salt circle. The protocols work when followed correctly. You are in no danger as long as you adhere to them. And if I refuse, then we accept your resignation and seek another candidate. Mr. Muraro's tone suggested what typically happened to those who didn't accept his offer. The envelope sat on the desk between us, holding enough money to give Mom a fighting chance breathing room we hadn't had in years. 1 month, I said finally. Not a day more. Acceptable, Mr. Marrero replied with a single nod. Security will escort you home. Return tonight at the usual time. As I gathered my belongings, exhaustion making my movements sluggish, I glanced at the vents where the creatures had emerged. They looked ordinary now, just metal grates over dark spaces, but I knew better. Something lingered in the walls, as Dr. Knox had warned, and for the next 3 weeks I'd be alone in a building riddled with cracks, in reality, with only a circle of salt between me and whatever might crawl through. With 1 week left in my contract, I couldn't shake the feeling I was missing something critical about the Nordstrom Institute. The 50 hourly wage had allowed Mom to start a promising new treatment, but it came at the cost of my peace of mind. Every night inside those walls felt like a gamble with fate, especially after Dr. Knox's death. I arrived at the downtown public library 3 hours before my shift, seeking answers. The main branch offered computers with access to newspaper archives and public record stools I needed to uncover what I'd stumbled into. Just doing research for a paper, I told the librarian who guided me to a terminal. I began with a simple search. Nordstrom Institute for Advanced Research. The results were limited, a few mentions in scientific journals about grants, vague references to quantum research, and some press releases about new hires. Nothing about dimensional breaches or entities from other realities. I shifted my approach, searching for missing persons in the area over the past year, focusing on night shift workers. 3 names emerged: Diane Mercer, James Holloway, and Taryn Ingwan. Diane had vanished 7 months ago, her car found in the parking lot of her workplace, though the article didn't specify where. James disappeared 4 months later, last seen leaving his apartment for a new night job he'd been excited about. Tehran's case was more recent. Just 2 months ago, her roommate reported she never returned from an overnight shift. My fingers shook as I accessed Taryn's social media profile. Still active, but abandoned. Her last post complained about memorizing strange rules for her new job. A friend's comment asked where she was working, but Taryn never replied. I cross-referenced their names with the Nordstrom Institute, finding no direct links. But a local news blog noted Diane's car was discovered near the research park on Westlake Drive, the Institute's location. Next, I investigated Mr. Maroro. The Institute's website listed him as founder and director, with a vague bio, degrees from prestigious universities, prior work in classified governmental research, and publications in restricted journals. A deeper search revealed he'd worked at DARPA for 15 years before founding the Nordstrom Institute 5 years ago, a sudden transition with no explanation. I found a photo from a DARPA conference 6 years prior. Mr. Maroro stood among scientists, his posture rigid, his smile hollow. Zooming in on his face, I noticed his teeth appeared normal, not the oversized, numerous ones that had unsettled me since our first meeting. I printed everything and tucked the papers into my bag. Leaving the library with 2 hours until my shift, I drove to the county records office on impulse. Research for a real estate class, I told the board clerk with a forced smile as I requested property records for the Nordstrom Institute building. The records showed it was built 3 years ago, with permits filed by Nordstrom Research Holdings LLC, registered solely to Oscar Maroro. The land had previously belonged to a DARPA testing facility that shut down. I arrived at the Institute 15 minutes before midnight, my mind swirling with questions. Security guards checked my ID and let me through with a nod. The first hour of my shift was routine. I completed my rounds, checked security feeds, and logged environmental readings. But tonight, I had a plan. At exactly 1:17 a.m., the same time I'd received the first call mimicking my grandmother, I deliberately looked into camera 4, defying the handbook's rule. I stared into the lens, counting seconds, waiting for a reaction. Nothing happened. I tried cameras 2 and 7, staring at each, still nothing. Either the rule was meaningless, or its effects weren't immediate. Then I noticed a small red light near the wall behind my desk, next to what I'd assumed was a thermostat. Approaching cautiously, I saw it was a panel with a fingerprint reader, not a thermostat. I hesitated for a moment before pressing my thumb to it. The panel beeped, and a section of the wall slid open, revealing a narrow hallway I'd never seen. My pulse quickened as I stepped inside. Blue lights lined the floor, leading to a heavy metal door with another fingerprint reader. I pressed my thumb again, and the door clicked open. The room beyond was unlike the Institute's sleek design. It resembled a sci-fi control center, with rows of computers, large screens on the walls, and a 3D display of the building's layout in the center. What unnerved me most were the screens, each showing the reception area but with versions of myself. In one, my hair was shorter. In another, I wore glasses I didn't own. In a third, I had on different clothes. I approached the nearest computer, where files were open, as if someone had recently been working. A document titled Quantum Viewer Calibration Protocol explained that quantum viewers allowed observation of parallel dimensional variants of the same space, focusing on anchor subjects, night receptionists, like me, whose patterns were stable across realities. Another file Containment protocols for dimensional breaches revealed more. The presence of a quantum anchor subject stabilizes localized reality, preventing uncontrolled breach expansion. Anchors must remain in designated areas during critical hours, midnight to 6:00 a.m., when dimensional thinning is most pronounced. Behavioral protocols prevent anchor subjects from attracting or enabling entity transit. The behavioral protocols were the handbook rules. I dug deeper, finding notes on each rule's purpose. Never look directly at security cameras. Cameras used quantum lensing technology that could create feedback loops when observed by an anchor, opening micro-breaches. If lights flicker more than 3 times, move to basement storage. Light fluctuations signaled imminent breaches, and the storage room had a stabilization field. Hang up if a caller claims to be your grandmother. Entities accessed anchor memories, targeting deceased loved ones for emotional manipulation. The rules weren't to protect me, but to maintain the stability of their experiments. I was being used to contain threats, not shielded from them. A file labeled Subject Compatibility Ratings listed names with scores. Mine topped the list at 97%, followed by Diane Mercer, 84%, James Holloway, 79%, and Taryn Nguyen, 91%. The missing receptionists. A note under Taryn's name read, Subject lost during entity incursion event 17. Replacement required. Lost, not quit or fired. I opened the file for entity incursion event 17, dated 2 months ago when Taryn vanished. It described an entity breaching containment after the subject responded to an auditory lure, taking Tehran's form and escaping into the facility. The real Tehran was deemed unrecoverable. An alarm blared, red lights flashing as a computerized voice announced, Security breach detected. Unauthorized access to Control Center Alpha. Lockdown initiated. I ran to the door, but it had sealed shut, the fingerprint reader dead. Emergency protocols activated. Security team en route. Estimated arrival, 4 minutes. The voice continued. I had to act fast. I wedged a heavy chair under the door handle. It wouldn't hold long, but might buy time then. Returned to the computer, downloading files onto a USB drive I found in a drawer. The screens showing alternate versions of me flickered, switching to live security feeds. Armed guards rushed through hallways toward me, while Mr. Moraro appeared on the main entrance feed, walking calmly through the lobby, speaking on a phone. As he passed under a light, his face glitched briefly, revealing something sharp and inhuman beneath a crystalline structure, its angles defying physics. It happened again in the east hallway, exposing a face of flat, reflective surfaces. His teeth, always too large and numerous, weren't teeth, they were part of something else, a disguise that didn't fit. It hit me. Mr. Mororo wasn't human. He was an entity from another dimension, not containing breaches, but using us to create them. I turned back to the computer, hands shaking as the USB copied files too slowly. I clicked through folders, finding one labeled Founder. Inside were photos and documents about Oscar Nordstrom, the Institute's true founder. He looked nothing like Mr. Mororo Shorter, rounder, with kind eyes behind wire glasses. His bio described a brilliant physicist who'd made a breakthrough in dimensional research 5 years ago at the same time Mr. Mororo left DARPA. I opened a video from 5 years ago, showing a lab with unfamiliar equipment. Oscar Nordstrom stood before a doorway of shimmering light, speaking excitedly into a recorder. Test 47 of the quantum aperture. Previous tests confirmed stable pathway formation, but today we're attempting first physical transit of an inanimate object. He placed a metal sphere on a mechanical arm, extending it toward the light. The aperture pulsed, and the sphere vanished. Transit successful, Nordstrom exclaimed. Now for retrieval. He entered commands, but the aperture flickered and expanded. Alarm replaced excitement on his face. Something's wrong. The aperture is becoming unstable. The video cut to static, returning to a chaotic scene. Equipment sparked, the aperture's light now blinding. Something emerged. A tall, angular form of faceted surfaces bending light unnaturally. Nordstrom screamed as the entity reached for him with impossible limbs, and the video ended. My stomach churned. Oscar Nordstrom had opened a doorway to another dimension, and something had come through, taking his place. Mr. Mororo wasn't containing breachish, was the breach. Personnel records showed a complete staff turnover after Nordstrom's accident, officially attributed to a lab explosion, with Oscar Mororo taking over. No one had questioned it. Another folder detailed night receptionists over 5 years, with psychological profiles, family ties, financial statuses, and vulnerability assessments. My file noted Mom's illness and my exceptional desperation threshold. They'd hired me because I was too desperate to quit. A file, harvesting protocol, described capturing entities brought through breaches, processed in a facility beneath the Institute for Essence Extraction for Dimensional Stabilization. Mr. Moraro wasn't just bringing them through, he was feeding on them. The alarm continued as I searched for an escape. A file on emergency protocols included dimensional stabilizer override, explaining that the Institute used quantum stabilizers to maintain dimensional integrity. Disabling them from the control room could allow a dimensional reset in case of catastrophic breaches. I formed a desperate plan. Disable the stabilizers to disrupt Mr. Mororo's control. I accessed the stabilizer controls on a separate terminal, requiring an authorization code. Searching Nordstrom's files, I found his original password, his wife's birthday, followed by his dog's name. I entered it, and the screen flashed green. Stabilizer override authorized. Warning: disabling stabilizers will result in dimensional instability. Proceed? I clicked yes. Pounding began on the door. Miss Joe? Mr. Moraro's voice was eerily calm. Open this door immediately. You don't understand what you're doing. I understand exactly what I'm doing, I muttered, watching the stabilizer indicators turn red. The air thickened, colors shifting unnaturally, walls pulsating. The pounding stopped, replaced by a voice no longer human, its tones overlapping. You have made a grave error. The stabilizers were not just containing other entities, they were containing me. The door exploded inward, metal twisting like paper, the chair flying across the room, narrowly missing me. The entity that had posed as Mr. Mororo stood in the doorway, its human disguise failing. Its suit rippled as the being beneath expanded, its face fracturing to reveal glossy black surfaces, limbs unfolding into sharp points. What you see is merely what your mind can process, the entity said, its voice vibrating through my bones. My true form would drive you mad. I backed against the console. You killed Oscar Nordstrom. You took his place. I improved upon his work, it replied, moving with a jerky fluidity. He opened the door but lacked vision for what lay beyond. I brought order to chaos. By kidnapping people like me? By feeding on other entities? Sustenance is necessary for adaptation. Your kind makes excellent anchors. Your consciousness helps me maintain this form in your reality. It tilted its faceted head. You were the best anchor we've found. Your desperation made you perfect. The room warped corridors on the monitors, stretched and compressed. Furniture melted and reformed. Guards aged and regressed as time destabilized. I accessed the final emergency protocol, quantum loop containment. That will trap you as well, the entity warned, advancing. The loop will hold us both until the dimensional reset completes. Better trap than whatever you had planned for me, I replied, activating the sequence. A blue energy field expanded from the ceiling, enclosing us. Outside, time slowed to a crawl, Inside, we existed in a quantum loop. "You've doomed us both," the entity said, its surface reflecting the blue light hypnotically. "When the reset completes, this facility will be purged from this dimension, unless we stabilize it first." I pointed to the monitor with the stabilizer controls. "I can reactivate them remotely, but only if all breaches are sealed, including you." It emitted a sound like breaking glass laughter. "You offer a deal. How human. Safe passage back to your dimension in exchange for sealing the breaches permanently," I said, voice steady despite my terror. "Otherwise, we both get erased when the reset completes." The entity's surface shifted colors I couldn't name. Then it spoke. "I accept your terms. I will return to my dimension and seal the breaches." I initiated the sequence Nordstrom had developed for opening portals. A shimmering doorway appeared at the room's far end. "You first," I said, not trusting it to keep its word. It approached the portal, elongating as it neared its origin. Before crossing, it turned, its surface morphing into Mr. Mororo's face. "You are more valuable than you know, Emily Jo. In all the dimensions we've explored, your quantum signature is unique. We will find you again." "Not if I close the door for good," I replied, transferring stabilizer control to the terminal near the aperture. The entity adjusted the controls, and on the monitors, the facility normalized, walls solidified, gravity stabilized, time corrected. As the final breach closed, the entity stepped through, its last words echoing, "Doors swing both ways." The quantum loop dissolved as the reset completed, the blue field fading. I stood alone in the control room, the monitors showing a normal facility. No distortions, no anomalies, no entities. Computer logs had been wiped of dimensional research, replaced with standard scientific data, as if the breaches never existed. I returned to the reception desk, expecting resistance, but the building was silent, corridors empty. Dawn broke outside the glass doors as my shift ended. The handbook on my desk now contained only standard security procedures. No salt circles, no rules for flickering lights or phantom calls. But on the back cover, a new line appeared. "Doors swing both ways." I tucked the handbook into my bag as insurance. At 8:00 a.m., the day shift arrived. I submitted my resignation, and the daytime receptionist looked confused when I mentioned Mr. Mororo. "Who?" "The director's Dr. Nordstrom has been since the Institute opened." I walked into the morning sunlight, the handbook heavy in my bag. The Nordstrom Institute looked like any other research building now, its glass and steel gleaming, no trace of the horrors within. But I knew better, and I'd be watching for any signs of those dimensional rifts reopening.